Great shaves and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Hello everybody. We're doing Bui. Just all of V. And 2 articles, probably. And no limited, no window of time we really need to do this time, so... in the usual time. And like that. Yeah. Hello, Holy Pig. Yes, you are first. It's nice to see you this early. Hello, Annaliso. Hello, Weird Proc and Kinoko and Veal. I've never been on time to hear an intro. Ah. I missed you on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday was a little weird for me because I had other things. So I just, I went straight to work. I did it early. That's what it was. I did it early. What I need to do is do some housekeeping. I also need to finish like a sentence. Hold on. I was in the middle of writing something. But I need to finish this first, so give me like a minute or two. I was in the middle of finishing it. Yada yada. I don't know. Keep working on it, but anyway. Sorry, it was a script thingy. Hello, Greg. Finally got some time to catch up on JJK. Really like it so far. Nice. I'm waiting for it to be done. Or, it's the same reason I haven't seen Haikyuu or Demon Slayer and stopped MHA after season 3 and yada yada. I've only seen Chainsaw Man because I have a vested interest in Chainsaw Man. That's the only exception. But like so. And like that. Okay. Now I need to control. Make this V. Remove this U stuff. I'm not in a rush. Decent amount of odd in that letter. Alright. We've done that one. Now we're on today, Friday. Yeah, fair. Okay. Should finish all of this letter in this stream, but we'll see. Here we are, Valkyria Chronicles, 2009. We're in it. Anything of interest was on my pessimism of the Crunchy merger to Right Stuff. Oh, Right Stuff closure hitting me hard. Oh, I'm sure, Craig, because you use it so often. I hope you use the prices. We'll see. anything of interest. Yeah. Okay. Valkyria Chronicles. Meh. I need to make sure my back isn't dying. The writing, weak and somewhat confusing in the first half, improves as the series progresses, although the characters fail to shake the imprint of the cookie cutter. Design and animation are satisfactory, not especially striking or impressive. Overall, the show is enjoyable enough, but missable unless you're a diehard for the franchise. Okay. Honestly, they give enough of their opinion that it's not dismissive. Valkyria Chronicle. Writing weak in first half. Design, animation are satisfactory. Enjoyable enough, but missable. Unless you're a diehard. But just to be fair, just to be clear, I don't think this was necessary to write in an encyclopedia entry. You can skip this one. Like, okay, thanks. I wasn't asking. Apparently people were asking, because like John's just like, first we made it's like they're like, wish we knew where all the anime was, and then they give him a book, even though they gave them the book with the opinions, and then they're like, I wish we knew which ones to watch, like which ones, where's the fantasy, where's the, and like that's their justification, while they're just like, you could skip this one. Like, all right, why don't you present a list of all the anime, which is what you kind of wanted to do at the start. And if you want to give suggestions, if you want to give like, hey, check out these ones, list the ones you want them to watch. Who cares if you think that they like, you don't want to watch, like, this one's shit, by the way. Like, it's not useful. I really don't think it's useful. Unless they're like, oh, is this any good? Like, there's countless reviews. If people really want to like hear people's reviews before deciding themselves of whether to watch something, which already like shows that they're not very autonomous watchers. Like, they kind of have to depend on other hearsay of whether it's good or not to gauge their own interest. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't have to say that this show is good in order to explain why you should be interested in it. Maybe not like watch it right this second, but like most primitive, like intuitive viewers are never going to watch something right that second. You know what I mean? I don't know. Top 10 fantasy anime at the end or something. Yeah. Yeah. Or top 11, because they like to go one step beyond. Like, I don't care. Give any of them like a list that's fine. But, you know, like it's not harmful. But it's certainly not additive, in my opinion. Do you think they know it was a video game? Yeah, they say it. They say it was based on a video game. It's comparing the prices to right stuff of the same items. Oh no! They're selling stuff for 30 USD when it's $30 Canadian on Amazon. I wonder which anime has all the big titty dramas, dames. I mean, we already have this happen about communal press cycles. Yeah, listicle certainly would be a better resource. Yeah, if any. Like, but even then, there's like plenty of other listicles out there. You know, they don't have to put out their own list. Whatever. Just a bit about the manga. Generic anime extras, taking the characters to the beach and a local festival. Alright, that's it. Yeah. Let's go. Valkyrie Training. 2009. Things soon get repetitive. Scholars of Norse myth should definitely avoid this. It will only upset them. Okay. I'll give that negative then. It's so Jawarida. I'll write this one. Or just add a star rating to every article. I mean, maybe. But then it'll be like, they can't add them to everything. But at the very least, maybe then it'll have more of a definitive, like, you're claiming to have watched this. You know what I mean? Whereas a lot of this seems, a lot of the time, it feels like plausible deniability that they even watched the fucking thing. Probably. Vampire Hunter D. Valvrave. The Liberator. Hey. 2013. Like dozens of anime heroes before him, parentheses Gundam, Haruto is italics, left with no choice but to clamber aboard the Valvrave machine, for such it is, and fight them off. I don't think they mentioned the vampire element. That's interesting. They're just gonna be like, Gundam. But, like, not even give the twist that makes it interesting? Overblown, over the top, but deadly serious, Valvrave replays many concerns of the Sunrise Studio and its ongoing efforts to sell as many robot toys as possible. Fucking snore on the mic. So boring. They've said this over and over and over and over again. It's like the only thing they can fucking say. As the human shield implications of Haruto's school suggests from the very first episode, children in Haruto's world are being fed a series of lies and exploitative commands by their elders and supposed betters, plunging Haruto into conspiracies and espionage alongside the more traditional mecha conflict of power-ups and tactics. Later episodes introduce more Valvrave units, more conspiracies, and a controversial, apparently non-consensual sex scene, even more controversially shrugged off by its victim as nothing to get worked up about. But even then, serious is the watchword, with no attempts by the crew to titillate, at least not here. As with so many other Sunrise shows, Valvrave is all about the science fiction and robots, and the usual teen mistrust of adult authority figures. Ugh. Ugh. What? Ever. How many of this book did they sell? No idea. But this is in libraries. This is like a library academic resource considered. I need to look into that. Some substantiations on that. But I don't think it has that much of an impact these days because most people don't even know this is a thing. Vampire. 1968. Finally, the first edition. WX. Okay. Wait. I wasn't expecting this. Tope Tachibana is an everyday worker at the Mushi Pro Company? You know, everyday worker at Mushi Pro? And it was, in fact, made by Mushi Pro? Oh. Okay. Ah! Live action TV. That's certainly interesting. I mean, I'm looking for animators. There's animation directors. Yeah, there you go. Isn't that interesting? Vampire. Yeah, it's a yep, it's a manga. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Vampire. This is kind of neat. I wonder if that exists, if that's watchable. I'm very interested. Disastrously mixing animated supernatural creatures with live-action footage. Shot in and around his own studios? The Astro Boy creator would later do his best to edge Vampire out of his biography. Tezuka, Tope's boss in real life and on screen, plays himself? Tezuka's just in this show? Playing himself? In 1968? How have I never heard of this? Maybe because he's been trying to scrub it from existence, maybe. Staff borrowed from Ultraman's Tsuburaya Studios and respected art house animator Renzo Kinoshita. What the heck? There's a hentai OVA from 2011 called Vampire. That's what I was thinking of. Oh, 30th anniversary. Yeah. I'm certainly interested in that. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Moving on to Vampire Hunter D. I'll read this one out loud because it's cool. Vampire Hunter D is cool. 10,000 years in the future, humanity lives in a quasi-medieval society overrun by vampires who keep them in a state of feudal subjugation and terror. When Count Lee claims Doris as his next bride, a mysterious cloaked stranger in a big hat, known only as D, rides into town on a huge horse and saves her. The townspeople want to give her up to pacify the Count, but Doris has fallen in love with her vampire hunter savior. D has to clean out the nest of vampires, but he's not without problems of his own. His hand has an independent life and nags him mercilessly. and his own background as a half-vampire is the cause of much inner conflict. The film is based on a long series of novels by Hideyuki Kikuchi, who also created Wind of Amnesia, Wicked City, and Darkside Blues. Despite the hammer horror trappings, at heart Vampire Hunter D is more like a vampire western. The character designs based on Amano's illustrations for the novels may entice lovers of his smoky, elegant watercolors and Baroque game characters, but they were radically simplified to cut animation costs, with only traces of the artist's hand remaining, mostly in still frames. Technically, it's showing in its age, but a US-Japanese co-production planned for release in 2001 may fare better among modern fans. And I'm gonna check the 3rd edition now, because that's probably when they bring up Bloodlust. I'm just gonna reread the synopsis. Nope, no change. No change about their comment there. They removed their comment about, like, but, you know, it's showing its age. So, yeah, they cut out technically showing its age, basically. The 2001 release may fare better. Added based on Kikuchi's 3rd novel. Actually, they haven't changed anything. They actually have D Demon based on Kikuchi's 3rd novel, D Demon Death Chase, and shown unfinished and unedited as a work in progress at the Fantasia 2000 Festival. A second film, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, is directed and scripted by Ninja Scroll's Yoshiaki Kawajiri. As with the original, the story is based on part of Kikuchi's epic novel series, but adds a greater emphasis on action. They've cut this. They cut that part of, as with the original, the story is based on the novel series, but adds a greater emphasis on action. Cut how Bloodlust is... How Bloodlust adds a greater emphasis on action. Added plot synopsis to... No, I don't think they did. Wait. D, revealed as half-vampire or Dhampir, is one of several hunters hired to rescue Charlotte, the daughter of a wealthy family, who has been kidnapped by a vampire. But she has fallen in love with her captor. Does he kill them both, or allow her to escape the misery of human life and flee to another planet with her lover? Characters are designed by Yutaka Minowa, monsters by Yasushi Nirasawa, and animation is by Madhouse. I will say that only in the 1st edition it's technically showing its age. What a cracked show. D is nuts. There's a YouTube video of vampire footage on Tezuka's website. Ooh, okay. They are the ones showing their age, not the anime. Hey! They did mention Kawajiri. Not at the end, but they say it is directed and scripted by Ninja Scroll's Kawajiri. Vampire Knight from 2008. I'm sorry, fellas. I'm sorry, fellas. That was hold on. Boop, boop. Okay. Yeah. It was cuz my roommates bought a frog. And it's apparently a pixie frog, very tiny, but it's like one of those pig, you know those influencers that buy like a baby pig because it's cute and they can carry it around whatever, but it's going to fucking grow into a big fucking pig. So apparently I'm like, you should take a time lapse cuz the frog, I didn't see it, that they told me about it. But yeah, they bought a dead ass frog. They have the whole setup anyway. We've had it all. We have the tanks and everything. We've been considering this for a while. But they finally pulled the trigger. Pics? Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen myself, but like we're hoping to get like a time lapse or something, because apparently they'd get like really big. It's funny. Is this also some massive video you're working on? Yes, Beyond Eternity. What's the frog's name? Anakin Skywalker. Anakin Skywalker is its name. But yeah, this is ultimately for a massive video on the main channel. I'm expecting about an hour long, maybe shorter. I don't know. But the thing is, it's like there's a lot to go over, a lot to say, a lot to think about, a lot of examples to show. So it's gonna be kind of a difficult video to make, I think, but very challenging and like fun and interesting. And I don't know, righteous anger is fun. Make a face cam for him. Yeah, maybe. That's not a bad idea. All right. Vampire Knight, sorry. And if you wanted me to read this article out loud, I'd be fine too. But I'm reading it. The synopsis is fun. This synopsis is fun. Vampire Knight sounds like a hot mess. Sounds like a fun time. I expected it to be like 8 hours. No, definitely not that long. It's not going to be exhaustive. All of these notes are just to give, like, to build up evidence, but really, it's not like you're going to be presenting all of the evidence in one video. That's just too much. No way. This stream series is that, basically. It's like, if you want the full deets, here's the whole stream series. That's the idea behind it. Because it was always that, you know, the idea of making a video and then all of the research that you do that doesn't make it into the video. I wanted to kind of like have that process happen on, you know, in some capacity so people could experience it and share in it. Read out loud unless it has spoilers. I don't think it does, but it does kind of lean into what the spoiler might be. I don't know. I don't know what it's implying. So I don't, yeah. Yuki Cross is the adopted daughter of the headmaster of Cross Academy. Yuki Cross. Cross Academy. She remembers nothing of her life before a winter night 10 years ago when one vampire attacked her and another saved her. Now she's sworn to protect the vampire race. Her father's school runs both day and night classes. In the daytime, the ordinary students attend, and at night, the elite, including Yuki's savior, Kaname, comes to class. Yuki and her childhood friend, Zero, are the prefects who ensure that neither class impinges on the other. Zero hates and fears vampires, and is guarding a dark and terrible secret. He isn't the only one, ... Ooh. Sounds like fun. Isn't Vampire Knight the Twilight-inspired anime? Something like that. I think I saw it over a decade ago. At least have some of the sausage being made. Oh, yeah. You mean in the video itself? Maybe. I don't know. I have a very particular idea for the aesthetic. And for the vibe, you know? Which is not this. This is functional, not presentable, I don't think. Isn't the Vampire Knight manga older than the Twilight films? Probably. Maybe by only a little. They're about the same time, really. Because 2008 is when the anime came out, and the Twilight movie came out in 2008 as well. So I think the... I'm not looking this up. They're close. They're close in release. Gotta have a data set for exhaustive research claim for... Yeah. Yeah, it's a stretch. Heck yeah. Maybe Stephanie Meyer was inspired by Vampire Knight. Yeah. Matsuri Hino's 2000... It's a 2004 manga. Preempted Stephanie Meyer's Twilight. They just say it. God, of course. Which also sent vampires to high school. This absurd concept appears designed to make red-hot, sexy, undead people more acceptable to the average teenager. Unfortunately, at least in the hands of Sayama and Okada... Sayada and Okama... Sayama's the director, and they're referring to Mari Okada as the scriptwriter. Even though they just said that this is based on a fucking manga. Is it not a faithful adaptation or what? You can't just credit that, like, wow, this person really wrote a good story when they just take the dialogue and the situations from the manga verbatim. You can't make that claim unless they straight up don't adapt the manga. Like, what are you doing? It's not... I literally just did this. I have a video that I'm working on, not for my main channel, but I was literally like watching the whole show and reading the manga alongside it to just check the adaptation and how it changes or what they do differently, and it's pretty panel for panel. They rearrange some stuff pretty nicely, but like for the most part, it's pretty spot on, pretty faithful adaptation. So you can't really credit the anime creators for that. You credit the mangaka. If they're following the mangaka's blueprint and characters and writing and everything, it's the mangaka. It's their story. Not in the hands of... At least in the hands of Sayama and Okada. Okay, at least... Putting a lot of Atlas... putting a lot of weight on those words. At least in the hands of Sayama and Okada. It also renders them fluffy. The director and writer? Fluffy? Most of the vampires in the show are cute pets. But then, most of the characters are dull and featureless, and the heroine is one of the weakest on record. The only thing Vampire Knight has in common with Hellsing is that the cute girl was saved from a vampire by a vampire. In the case of Vampire Knight, however, the vampire then... Okay, that's not really a spoiler. I thought it was gonna be a spoiler. The vampire then turned into a typical high school hero, and the cute girl became a wet blanket. In story terms, this cannot be considered an unmixed blessing. The art is extremely pretty, although not even Aubrey Beardsley at his graphic best could save this show, as unfortunately the animation is too weak to give the art a decent chance. The animation is too weak to give the art a decent chance? Who talks about animation like this? What does that mean? Some vampires include induce terror. This lot induce boredom. Nice. Okay. They talk about the second season as well. I'd say that was negative. I'll say absurd concept as well. And this is the odd. Like, I can kind of see what they're talking about when adapting a shoujo series in 2008. I kind of can I can picture what they're talking about. For example, like, I could probably say the same thing about Kaito-John. It's not a looker. But I don't think that the wording is really awkward. Unfortunately, the animation is too weak to give the art a decent chance. What? It's just a strange way to put it. You should be on camera for the video? I am, Hayden. Yeah. No, I'm going to be on camera the whole time. Almost the whole time. Yeah. It's really going to be more like in the style of like H-Bomber Guy or Counterpoints is what I'm going for. People do shit on the anime quite a bit. I only read a little bit, but so I haven't seen it, but also a spicy story that knows its audience. Yeah. What's your favorite book, not counting manga and light novels? It's the Moomin series. So I would wager to guess it's Fin Family Moomin Troll. Let's see. I have to fish it out, but but I like the whole series. I don't own the whole series at the moment for some reason. I lost my copy of Volume 1. Sorry. I have pretty much the whole series. But this was my first one. It's the second installment. They're not really that like they're kind of chronological, but not really. Doesn't make that much of a difference. But yeah, this was my first one in the series, and it's probably my favorite. But I have massive respect for these two, the last two in the series, Moomin Papa at Sea and Moomin Valley in November, even though I keep struggling to actually finish this one, which is probably not a good indictment. But I it's like so rich, I don't know. It's not something I just ravage up, you know what I mean? So I end up like kind of falling out of it a lot of the time. I try reading it like every November and I always fail. This one I did read all of and loved, obviously, but like I like all of them. It's tough now though because I'm not much of a reader because I've just grown so accustomed to visual media that plays on its own, right? Like the story kind of progresses whether you're hyper paying attention the whole time or not. But the books, I have a little bit of attention. I'm not diagnosed with ADHD, but it is sort of like hard for me to power through an entire book. This is part of the reason why I'm able to do this on stream, because I'm streaming and there's a project, there's a goal to this, right? It's not recreational what I'm doing right now. Art is good, but animation bad, so art bad. Yeah. The mid to late 2000s was an era of sexy vampires. I think that trend has only started. Yeah. Sexy King backhanded compliment. That's nice. Good news, Grid. Tsukimi remake coming to Steam. What genre is that? Fantasy. I mean, they're all creatures. It's fantasy, but like tone, slice of life. It's slice of life. There's adventure. There's some installments here that are more adventure heavy than others, but it's very vignettes, but they're all strung along. They're all connected. You know, it's all kind of a flowing narrative. This one is actually more just completely vignettes. It is almost entirely vignettes. But yeah, the rest of them are like kind of episodic narratives almost, but they're very fantasy, adventure, slice of life. And the Moomin 1990 anime series is a pretty close adaptation of a good portion of these books. Not a full adaptation, though. Not a full adaptation. There's some portions of Fin Family Moomin Troll that I don't think got adapted into the 90s series that I really wish they did, but is what it is. November's so good. Yeah. Listen to audiobooks. Yeah, that's true. It's been endemic of our generation. I tried meds, but those kinds made me the attention worse. My favorite is probably memoirs. Yeah, memoirs is great. I might have reread memoirs arguably the most times. I don't know. Memoirs does whip ass. Yeah. The Jockster. Like, dude, just the, like, he doesn't do any, like, he like, objectively, like, the things that he does that are cool, and, like, there's not that much to his character, but just knowing that he's Snufkin's dad, like, that just makes it the coolest. He's just the coolest. And you know, Snufkin's, like, the best character in the books. IMO. Yeah. Fantasy slice life adventure sounds like The First Law by Joe Abercrombie, though I doubt it says dark. No, it's for kids. No, it's all ages. But it depends what you mean by dark, because this book is very existential, in my opinion. It's very like post fantasy, if that makes sense. Like, it's like all the books are slice of life, but they have some element of adventure or excitement. This literally takes place in November, where it rains most of the time, and all the characters are stuck in the house, and they came to visit the Moomins, like the main characters of the whole book series, because they were, like, you know, looking for meaning or excitement or something, and they're not home. They're just not in this book. And they're just like, fuck, what do we do? And it's sick. It's like, oh my god. You wouldn't think that's interesting, but it's like, obviously the prose, and it's all illustrated. Not all illustrated, but there's a lot of illustrations in it. But like that. It's like, oh, okay. You know, you get vibes. It's so good. The prose is fantastic. It was written in Finnish or Swedish, I think. The author is Finnish, but she was mostly in Sweden, I think. So I think it was originally in Swedish, and then it was translated into English. The translation is by Kingsley Hart. Very British, very sophisticated. Yeah, it's oh man, holy shit. What's your Moomin OTP? It's Snufkin. It's Moomin Snufkin. You know, like, there really isn't another one. Any other ones are just kind of like, that's cute. But like, you can't get any more goated. You can't get any more goated than, like, the first. Is it the first illustration on chapter 1? Yes, it is. It's literally the first illustration I saw of these characters. And, like, I didn't know what the concept of shipping was or anything like that. But I'm like, they're really good friends. You know? And it leans a little more into that in the 90s series, I think. Even in the fucking New Moomin, that was the same case. Even in the old 1970s show from Wintaro, that Mushi Pro did, there's some like episodes in like the last episode as well that like Moomin's whole thing is that he has desire, has like longings for Snufkin. Not romantic at all, but like just being with him, which, you know, may as well be romantic. Doctor's the best. Hello, Asaweeb and Victor. Sorry, we're just geeking about Moomin so much. It's just an escape from this book, you know. You know how it is. Yeah, he's cool in the anime. God. I don't know how the lore to the show. I just know it's a popular Viz property. I see the Blu-ray everywhere. For Vampire Night, yeah. Oh, dark, gruesome torture scenes. Yeah, there's nothing like that. No death, really. There's one death. I can think of one death in the show, and it's freaky, actually. It is just like, oh my god, that thing, it just died. Like, there's that, but it's not like, ooh, dark, you know. Shaggy dog story times. I've been watching Moomin since I was 3, so I can't ship anyone. Yeah, that's fair. Ah. Swedish is taught in Finnish schools. Right. The style looks very Japanese, surprised it's Swedish. Yeah. That's the other thing. It's, oh, God. Pretty sure I found some Finnish friends who told me that. With the historian Samantha. Yeah, sure. Anyway. Vampire Night funny. Okay. Moving to Vampire Princess Miu. 1988. The animation has aged, so the old world charm of Kyoto makes for a nice change from the sprawling city of Tokyo, particularly when the animation has aged so well. But amid the long silences and dark, meaningful glances, Miu is a mass of contradictions. The series, Vampire Princess Miu, is a mass of contradictions. Of course they don't, they have things to pick apart because she doesn't have the same weaknesses as other vampires. So like the particularly picky, i.e. you, I want to mention how picky they are about vampires in particular. Like they always have something to say about vampires. Always a stickler. You can guarantee it. You can fucking set your watch to it. Another goat alert. I just watched Princess Miu too, both the OVA and the show. Tovianso also did illustrations for the finished print. Yeah. Yeah, anything she illustrated is like goated. I wish the TV show was a Bishoujo looking the OVA. Oh! Contempt for the author! Nice! Let me just see if it's in the third edition. And I could be exaggerating, perhaps. But I don't think this is called for. Yeah. Don't expect any answers, because Miu parentheses, and it would seem her creator, Narumi Kakinochi, end parentheses, would rather smile condescendingly and tell you that you could never understand rather than admit they don't know either. Like, just throw the fucking author under the bus? How rude. Elitism and Braun Stoker's behalf. Yeah. The original Miyu author is married to the anime director. Shoujo and tween bouquet always quite constant across time. It does mention that it's directed by her husband, one of Japan's masters of horror and creator of Ixer 1. They're talking about the TV series now. They mentioned that Vampire Princess Yui, the story of a girl whose mother is bitten by Miyu while pregnant, is due out on video on by the same team. So let's see if they mention it in the 3rd edition. They actually do change that because apparently it was not. Sorry, they didn't add anything actually to Vampire Bloodlust. Vampire Princess Miyu changed. Yui due out on video from the same team to published in manga form but not animated. I had no idea. That's cool. Yeah. They seem mixed on it. Some great ideas. Elegantly chilling, and curiously watchable that constantly promises more than it delivers. I'll admit I'm interested now. I have heard of it before. Vampire Wars. 1990. Awful anime. The more interesting elements of the backstory are only revealed in the final moments of this awful anime, which is little more than an ad for the opening chapters of the novel. Most but not all anime novel adaptations suffer in the transition, mainly from being cut down to fit a 50-minute runtime, barely enough to contain the average short story. However, such bastard children of the industry are often sold off at a bargain price to foreign companies for obvious reasons, though any who pay for them discover at their cost that there is negligible pressure to rush out the next part, thus the interminable wait over the next episodes of Heroic Legends of Arslan. That doesn't make any sense because Arslan was 6 episodes, or 4. There's definitely more than one 50-minute. I can understand them talking and kind of criticizing about this scam that they kind of give him off almost. But it's a 6-episode OVA. That is not the same thing. Wow. This is miserable. Yeah. Oh, but hopefully it's fun doing it with me. Haha. Curiously watchable does not sound flattering. No, it's not flattering at all. It's another this anime is a trailer for the manga. Yeah. Someone help me. I have what they call Hell's Itch from my sunburn. Oh. My knee has felt itchy all day and I can't scratch it. Oh, that's miserable. I apologize, Roger. I apologize for conflating this misery for your Hell's Itch, which is far more miserable. Sure is a way to write it. Let me check the 3rd edition. They do, okay, they do spoil it at the end. That's ridiculous. They actually had the opportunity and then just spoiled it anyway. Vamp lesbian kids. They just can't help themselves. I don't know if it's mostly can't help themselves, because I can point to evidence of them not helping. Like, they can actually restrain themselves from spoilers. And it just so happens to be titles that they recommend. Interesting! But then when they say it's an awful anime and they spoil the whole thing, what are they trying to say? Don't fucking watch it. Didn't Vampire Wars air on the Sci-Fi channel? Perhaps. I wouldn't be surprised. Vampian Kids, 2001. There's no first edition for this. Okay, little mention about the voice actors changing, but not much else. Vandred from 2001. There is a first edition article. Sorry. Damn it, Moomy and Moomy and Hayden having a conversation in my... Yeah, I'm streaming right. Yeah, okay. Anyway. I remember talking to Justin Leach, who helped run the Kickheart crowdfunding 7 years ago about Vampire Kids. Nice. The script cleverly exploits the mutual attraction repulsion of teenagers of opposite sexes, though the visuals resort to standard fan service ogling of female charms. Okay, I guess that's mixed. I still bother to watch their new vid with FD Signifier, but I need to rest from podcast stuff. Yeah. I have to say, Vandred has one of the worst recap films. It's cut together in such a poor way to the point where it's like, just watch the TV show. Yeah, maybe that was the strategy. It was so poorly done, it was just like, this is unusable. I gotta go check out but it's made me interested in seeing the series. Okay, Vanilla series, 1999. All based on lecherous computer/video games. Alright, to check the 3rd edition. Oh my god. They added so much more. Oh, look how fucking long this is. This is all about porn. This is all the same fucking Umbrella series of porn anthology. Like, Vendred is 10. Thank you, Kinoko. What's the best anime that starts with V? The one that I can think of is Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. And with Shaken Bake, I mean, you showed up at the beginning of stream. I saw you, like, Holy Pig. It's good to see you. I mean, yeah, it is Shaken. Video Girl Eye. Yeah, that's true. What? They thought Valkyrie was made only to sell robot toys? I feel like you just have to not be paying at all attention to that. Think that. Mm-hmm. Like, it's such a crazy show filled with twists. If you really wanted to sell toys, I just don't think you'd write the series in such a way. Yeah. Couldn't tell you. Okay, they have added a lot, of course. Added how it's greatly overrepresented in the American market since its titles have been separated, renamed, and sold as several dozen anime releases. Many have their own entries in this book, but we have assembled this chronological umbrella entry in an attempt to make some sense of it. Added how it's overrepresented in US. Several have their own entries in this book, but they're still gonna give it to us chronologically anyway. You should just use that as a scroll and juxtapose it against it being a recommendation resource. I am also reminded I never finished Valkyrie Chronicles. Oh, that's right. Valkyrie Writer is the witch from Mercury's Rider. I should watch Princess Principal to see the answer sheet. Yeah. Voices of a Distant Star. Yeah. Yeah. I think Bloodlust is my pick. Just what I wanted. Have they ever covered that, or is it today? It's today. Oh, Voices of a Distant Star? Yeah, no, I don't think they've covered it. I don't think I've read it here. Anyway. Explain what dating sims are. Most of the original games are erotic variants of the dating simulation engine, in which a protagonist's choices in a role-playing environment lead him not to treasure or freedom, but to the perfect girl of his dreams. Consequently, plotlines often revolve around a roster of half a dozen female stereotypes, differentiated through hair color and non-threatening personality traits. Okay, added Love Doll, 1997. Similar membership to a vanilla line would be assigned to 1998 releases, Makoto-chan and Co-Ed Affairs. If you count Vision of Escaflowne, they put Escaflowne in E, so it doesn't count in this instance. They must hate modern isekai for MCs liking the worlds they end up in them. Yeah, maybe. I'm supposed to have the the should hold on. Hold on, I'm so sorry. It's arriving Tuesday. Anime history. Clemens' new book. Arriving for me is a top new release, apparently. Good for him. Yeah, I pre-ordered it, and it's arriving Tuesday, apparently. Anyway. Okay, they removed House of Wax. As an entry from the Vanilla series. Tuesday hype in it. Yeah. All right. Added sisters, office, affairs. Oh. I actually didn't move it. They renamed House of Wax to Bondage Mansion. Obviously removed so 4 through 9 remain unavailable. In English. Likely soon rather than later. Because obviously they did get brought in. Added Endless Serenade, Girl Next Door, Dark, oh my god. It almost doubled its output, jumping it on the erotic horror bandwagon with an adaptation of Nightmare Campus. Private session. Classroom of Atonement. Campus. Fun. I'm just gonna put it like this. Endless Summer. Girl Next Door. Dark. Added. Just by their paragraphs, basically. Possessions. Of Atonement. Campus. Punishment. Sorry, I'll put it like this. Not like that. The gentle side of pornography continued with I love you. While bondage, wife coveting continued in slaves to passion. Stepmother's sin. Further concentration on fantasy with angel played. Hooligan. I'm not putting the whole fucking thing on. In which a botched science experiment transports a Japanese boy to another time and place where he must obtain a series of magical artifacts from the usual roster of stereotypical females. A more quest-oriented variant of the erotic dating sim. Nursing craze hit its peak. Leave it to the nurses. Night shift nurses. Okay, they're not even like, yeah, they're just mentioning, this isn't even vanillas, it's... Now they also add, they're literally going year by year, paragraph by paragraph. One paragraph was 2001. Added in, they're literally just going fucking... 2001 added all this shit. I'm just gonna put 2001 like this. Yeah, that literally is all, that whole thing. 2002, they added all this shit. Ingoku. I just want to write all this down to really show you guys how fucking tedious and long this is. They're really going fucking title by title here. They mentioned Urtsuki Doji for some reason? This is just the history of hentai. Literally going paragraph by paragraph. 2003, an annual roster of subgenres in those areas of anime erotica proven to work in the market. No, that's a different title, actually. Private Sessions 2. The authors wonder if this is an erotic variant on the contemporary self-referential genre in the mainstream that also gave us Anime Shopkeeper. I don't know. Oh my god. 2004! I can't believe they're doing this. I cannot believe they're doing this. It's just a list. Oh my god. This is nothing new in erotic anime and dates at least far back as a fucking mention of how of marked increase in incest, not quite incest. Particularly involving a fetish for lactating women. Nothing new in erotic anime dates back as far as Professor Payne. Thanks! Oh my god. Etc. 2004 saw the Vanilla series releasing... Yeah. Milk Money. Anyone you can do. I can do better. My brother's wife. Fuller figured women, at least compared to the jailbait of earlier incarnations, continued with, in 2005, oh my goodness. I don't care if this is tedious for you anymore. It's tedious for me to do, so but I don't care. I'm doing it. Yeah, I know Connor knows that one. Mother Knows Breast. Group. Groper Train. Elfin Laid. Virgin Auction. 2006! I can't believe this. Oh my god. Having reached its 100th title. They're not even being thorough. They're not even being thorough. This is not 100. They're being selective. They're not even being thorough. What's the point? Why are you doing this? This has got to be the most useless, ridiculous, over-excessive, unnecessary. I know there's a lot of similes in that. What, like similarities? Whatever. Stupid fucking article. I can't believe. And I'm sorry I haven't been reading the chat this entire time, but I just would never get it done if I've been reading it. With misinfo like this, how will I actually catalog the production history of hentai companies' portfolios? Just looking at the titles like a Wikipedia article? Still on the porn, are we? Yeah. Man, with lazy writers like this, we truly did need heart begin to vet these out. I know it's prudish, but I feel like this book shouldn't cover porn. You and a few others, my guy. Angel Blade, nice. I look good to see a vintage weeb. Would ecchi be on the edge? I don't know. Literally year by year. Don't they have individual entries on all of those OVAs? Yes! Not all of them, but many of them. I'm going to actually put I'll put a asterisk on ones that they've bolded, and those are the ones that hyperlink to its own article. I think a lot of these have multiple episodes. That probably adds up to 100. Maybe, yeah. That could be true, yeah. No, wait a minute. Well, they said 100th title. 100th title. I don't know. Hey man, fans of the series would disagree. I forget which you're referring to. If they're being so prudish handling these titles, why are they even doing this? Why write on them? I don't know. I don't know. The vagaries of release schedules makes it unclear exactly which DVD represented Vanilla's attainment of three-figure smut. but by our unreliable calculations, it was probably Invisible Man. Male characters have often been rendered invisible or translucent. Takes the concept literally. Explains POV porn. Not to be confused with the Discovery title of the same name, which features now they're on 2007. Horny ladies and the news. My classmates. Mother. MILF. Mansion. And spelled. Oh my god. Last train to Gropesville. Sinners. Paradise. Booby life. Other cosplay. Sex machine. Cougar. Trap. 2010. Bijuku. Currently untranslated, but literally hot mother. And then 2012. My lover is a celebrity. Look at that. It covers the. I can't even. You have to scroll all the way up. I'm gonna asterisk. Has its own entry. Elfenlaid in 2006. Virgin Auction. Baby Snatchers. Anyone you can do. Milk Money. XXX. Bondage. Extra credit. Naughty Nurses. PI. Hot for Teacher. That's a Desire. Mission Central. Story of Little Monica. Core Hospital. Yoki Byoto. Holy Virgins. Sex Ward. Friendship Nurses. Angel Blade. Stepmother's Sin. Slaves to Passion. I Love You. Cosmic Atonement. Private sessions. Not in their campus. Girl next door. Endless serenade. Office affairs, slave sisters. And co-ed affairs. At least 200 if they keep going year by year. As a fan, I'm still offended by the poor representation. Oh shit, Discovery, I really gotta look into that because I think that's actually Aiki Shimbo. Dark? Isn't that an episode of Cream Lemon? Daruku, Degeneration from 2000. Seems different. Jeez. Ugh. Variable Geo. Ah! Oh, they said immediately. This ridiculously puerile anime was based on a video game that must have seemed like a really good idea at the time. Working conditions in the fighting evil trade have obviously gone downhill. This never happened to the Night Sabers. It lasts 90 minutes. Life's too short, really. Trust us. Is this even a hentai? I don't even think it's a hentai. Okay, so it just links to the video game. And the anime is like yeah, it's a 3-episode OVA. It's an ecchi, but it's not hentai. It's not really rated well on Mal, but like it doesn't seem that awful. I mean, the premise is silly, but like Encyclopedia flop era? 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 This implies something. Hey, the guy who wrote VG Neo wrote so much good stuff that the authors would not approach the 10th of that in their combined lifetime. Okay. I'd say negative. Ridiculously puerile. Yeah, that's all. But then this fucking... It lasts 90 minutes. Life's too short. Really? Trust us. Character designs by Takahiro Kimura, who recently passed away, right? Yeah. Nice. I've never seen this title. I don't really give a shit about the title itself. It's just the attitude that's completely unnecessary. And it is on, it is in the first book. Yeah, no change. No change. Vassalord, 2013. Hey, did I miss anything crazy? Well, I guess the most crazy thing that happened so far is they vastly expanded their Vanilla Series article to just name dropping all of these anime. In 2004, then all this came out. In 2005, all this came out. And then 2000, all this came out. And I was just petty. This is how fucking long they're... Look at that. Vanilla Series. This, that. 5-page porn listing. Yeah. And then this Geo one's pretty shit, but other than that. Where they're just like, it lasts 90 minutes. Life's too short, really. Trust us. Vassalord 2013. Irresistibly daft high concept that it's hard to imagine why it took so long to animate. Sadly, too many characters and too much story make this a very over-egged pudding. That's a first. Too many characters and too much story make this a very over-egged pudding. Are they British? Do you think they're from the UK, mate? Mate, I'm sorry. Australia. Very over-egged pudding. That's amazing! I've never heard of that compliment. Like, not even a compliment. That criticism. You're watching a movie and, like, you know, guys, I think this is a pretty over-egged pudding. They'd be like, excuse you? Gesundheit? Did you say something? Were you talking to me? What did you just say? Over-egged pudding? And then the authors, I'm sure, if they ever stumble on this, like, what? No, it's a common quote. Yeah. That's funny. I'm laughing at as an American. As an American. The plot is fugitive, and the pace never lets up, adding to the impression of complete incoherence. The quality of production IG's art and animation is strikingly good, creating the distinct impression that this is really a visual pitch for a TV series. Well, I guess I'll give it a mixed then. Irresistibly daft high concept. Too many characters and too much story. Plot is fugitive? Art and animation is strikingly good. I kind of want to write that down, actually. How often, when they mention Sunrise, do they mention selling robot toys? how often when they mention production IG do they mention how good the animation is? Check out the times IG versus when they mentioned any other time. They mentioned for any other reason besides the pretty good animation there. And then and then see if IG is mentioned for see if how IG is mentioned for their other titles. See if how animation is mentioned for their other titles. Life's too short to read this article. Yeah. They put more effort into cataloging H anime than they do describing more important titles. Yep. Because they have more access to it. Because all this stuff came out in the fucking US. Yeah, this movie's not Yorkshire enough. This is more British than the Fatal Frame 2 Wii dub. The pudding quote is from back when people listened to the Osmonds. Oh my god! You fucking got their ass, Roger. Holy shit. I need to quote that. I need to fucking quote that. The pudding quote is from back when people listened to the Osmonds. Now. I will begin using over-egged pudding as common everyday shorthanded anime discussion. Thanks. Good animation for a toy show. Yeah. Vassalord. Too many characters and too much story make this a very over-egged pudding. That's just funny. Okay. It is crazy how much they're giving me in this reading. Like how much material there is just for fucking V. Every article seems to have been something. 2007. This Sweet Kitty series. Revealed in art strongly reminiscent of 1930s children's illustrations and its whimsical beauty. Thanks to Yoshitaka Amano. Positive. Reminiscent of 1930s illustration in its whimsical beauty. Cool. Venus flies. Venus Files, I'm sorry. Venus Flies. Venus Files, 2003. Porn anime. Venus 5. 1994. The only thing that will revive a god is, yes, you've guessed it, the sexual secretions of certain beautiful high school girls. A shameless Sailor Moon parody aimed straight at the fans who dream of seeing more than just a flash of thigh in those transformation sequences. Look, Sailor Moon's not that pervy, but like more than a flash of thigh in Sailor Moon? Like, are we watching the same show? Certainly for different reasons, but like, what? I don't think they're connecting the synapses in their brains. This is that's so funny. The girls mimic the Sailor Scouts every way they can. Fighting poses, speeches, costumes, all are so close to the original that they could be twins. Oh yeah? Why do I need to test this out? Why do I already know that they're fucking... Oh, it's a fucking hentai, of course. Wait a minute. It's a 2-episode OVA. Oh, yeah. I read that wrong, I guess. Yeah. For some reason, I thought it was a full TV series. Yeah, of course, it's a fucking... Ugh. Never mind. Their thighs are pretty much always on full display. That skirt is not long. Zettai Ryokai better be in here. That's the weird thing. Like, yeah, they certainly do show more than Sailor Moon, but like, Sailor Moon is not chaste. Like, what are they talking about? There, however, all similarity ends. As the cat talks dirty, the tentacles multiply, and the smut takes over. This is for all those out there who snicker at a bad guy called Count Uranus, as well as connoisseurs of immortal dialogue like, "Let me entice you to the very summit of lust." Let me entice you to the very summit of lust. That's the best I got? Dude, they were making me fucking laugh at the fucking over-egged pudding. Like, you know, it is like really funny how they're like immortal dialogue, like, and yet they're putting out bars like, too many characters and too much story make this a very over-egged pudding. Like, the lack of self-awareness. Absolutely no room to criticize. No. These guys take porn way too seriously. Yeah. Well, it's because they can actually speak on it. Because they've actually seen it. Because it's been localized here. For a long time, this was all that they were getting for anime. when they wrote this book in 2001, that was the majority of the titles that they were getting. But you see, there's no point in writing all of this about stuff that's already available to me. It's more useful to talk about the stuff that isn't available, that's out, that's more than Pokemon and porn. But if you're filling it up with about all this detail about the porn, like, what are we doing? Like, what's the idea? What are you trying to accomplish? Gotta give it to Studio Gainax. Yeah, you gotta give it to Studio Gainax. Oh, 0 to 10, not good enough egg, not enough egged pudding. Oh, the next article, like every single Venus Flies didn't have it. Venus Files didn't have anything. But like, come on, this shit. Oh my god. Yeah, this fucking part here. Shameless Sailor Moon parody. B5 is aimed straight at the fans who dream of seeing more than just a flash of thigh in those transformation sequences. Have they not watched Sailor Moon? Like, it makes me come off as a perv, but like, I've seen the transformation sequences in Sailor Moon. It's not just a flash of thigh. Like, no. And even beyond the transformation sequences. Boy, if DBZ didn't blow up here, this would be the most of the anime we would have gotten. Let's not dwell on that timeline. I don't know. Depends on the I don't know. Things could have gone in any different way. A lot of contributing factors. A lot of stuff could have been different. Sorry, they were just making they put a lot of text messages in the chat. Oh, they did post photos of the frog. Cute. So that's what we got. Seems Anakin Skywalker. And this is apparently what it will grow into. Freaking unit. So we'll see how that goes. Our fat fucking frog. Our fat fucking frog, Anakin Skywalker. Oh man. Great time. I would not be surprised if they know less about Sailor Moon than most of these H. Yike. I mean, we did read their Sailor Moon entry, and there's a lot of weird choices in that one. We aren't based enough to get uncensored Saint Seiya like Latin America. What? Yeah. Big frog. That's right. Good to see you, Craft Store. That frog went Super Saiyan. Oh yeah. You go even further beyond. It's more like Lord Slug, if you get me. If you understand me. Now. That's not Lord Slug, but like, same species, okay? They're both Namekian. We should have named them a Namekian, to be fair, but it's okay. God. That's funny. And then, oh, Craftstorm, were you here for the, have you been here for this fucking immortal dialogue? Too many characters and too much story make this a very over-egged pudding. It's just great. It's so, I've never heard of that. that bit of criticism before. I've never heard that. It's so British. It's so funny. Um, but then they fucking at the end of this, they're just like connoisseur, connoisseurs of immortal dialogue, like, let me entice you to the very summit of lust. Bro, you dropped away from your banger 2 entries ago. Like that. Talk about immortal dialogue. Actually, I do want to control F immortal dialogue, because they've done this more than once, and I want to see what they constitute as immortal dialogue. Like, whoa, what a crazy line. And then just like contrast this with the kind of lines that they've been spitting with such immortal dialogue as, yeah, I got the pudding line. Yeah, good shit. Okay. Do be looking like Super Kami Goat Guru. Don't know why they didn't just air Seiya on Adult Swim. Whatever. You should do a montage of all their sarcastic quotes, but slip theirs in as a control. Like, which one did they write? That'd be really funny. Oh, no. Okay. Venus 5. Bui Bui. Venus to Mamoru. 2006. A lot of Venus. A lot of Venus. So the hero of Negima is catapulted into the world of Urusei Yatsura, disguised with a few harem trappings, but really just the setting for a sweet but unmemorable high school rom-com. Also, I didn't put in porn about Venus 5. Or yeah. Yeah. Could be twins. Act, that's more specific than anything. Like granted, I'm gonna put like, you know, of porn. Okay. Ugh. Really just the setting for a sweet but unmemorable high school rom-com. I'm gonna put a dismissive. Negima catapulted into the world of UI. Sweet but unmemorable rom-com. Yeah. You should do a yeah. Venus de Milo. Venus versus Virus. Pretty rad title. Tries desperately hard to be cool, stylish, and exciting, and fails on all counts. A weak first episode and unmemorable characters are not even lightened by fan service. Despite the show being misdescribed in some circles, in some sources, as Yuri, lesbian, it has no sexual content. Tries desperately hard to be cool, stylish, and exciting, and fails on all counts. Venus Wars. Colossally produced and well-designed film ought to be a classic, but it just misses the mark. Intelligent script in which young hotheads learn that not all adults are brain dead, not all organizations are tyranny, and not all action is sensible. There's plenty to interest the genre fan, including some good action sequences and fine mecha designs, yet the film lacks emotional edge and perverse power of Aryan. Mixed. Gonna review the third edition. Ought to be a classic, but just misses the mark. A very private lesson. Wonder what this is. 1998. It's actually not listed here. It's not listed in the first edition. Maybe they moved it. Kyokasho. JK. Kyokasho. Kyohakochi Kyokuji Guran Kyokasho Kyoka. Nope. New entry. 1998. At the very least, this film has some amazing animation. It's actually not porn, just ecchi. Oh, fair enough. You may recall Homeroom Affairs, My Wife is a High School Student, or Happy Lesson at this point, based on Long Running Man by Kazuto Okada. This is a perfect example of, like, I don't know that it's not porn. I'm going to read this entire entry to you, and to my best of my knowledge, I don't know if it's porn. High school teacher Oraku and his colleague Satsuki hope to marry one day. Meanwhile, one of his students has fallen in love with him. Aya is a beautiful and spoiled delinquent. Her father, a very wealthy man, only wants his princess to be happy, so much so that he insists she moves in with the man she loves. So what's the problem with having a beautiful teenager move in with daddy's blessing? Aya is a mob princess in the style of the Gokusen. Her father's money comes from organized crime, and while he's happy for her to do whatever she wants, if she doesn't stay a virgin, he'll kill whoever is responsible. So Oraku has to become Aya's chaperone. Meanwhile, if anyone finds out he is living with one of his students, his career and his future marriage to Satsuki will both go down the drain. You may recall Homeroom Affairs, My Wife is a High School Student, or Happy Lesson at this point. I click on Homeroom Affairs. Koi softcore hijinks ensue. Quote of the week, not to be viewed by minors under 18, as opposed to what? Compare with a very similar very private lesson. And then My Wife is a High School Student. The TV series, I definitely don't think that it's porn. And Homeroom Affairs. Or Happy Lesson. Predictable classroom hijinks. Harem comedy. It's not a porn. I don't know, it sounds like an ecchi comedy to me. No, I wouldn't recall. That's fair enough. Yeah. Ah, no. Perhaps not. Vexil, 2007. Fascinating premise. Some suspiciously minded encyclopedists might even suggest that, just say it, the entire project could have started life as a sequel, but has had Masamune Shiro's serial numbers filed off of it to save money, leaving only a heroine who is a dead ringer for Dinuin Newt, and a story that could very easily be slotted back into the franchise that might have birthed it. Open strongly. Plot and characters fail to deliver on the early promise. Things begin to flag in the first half hour, and the rapidly opening plot holes swallow all chance of recovery. This does have a very, they give a shit. This has a very, they give a shit about this article vibe. It's just the way that they write about this. This fascinating premise not only echoes Japan's Sakoku isolation period from the 17th to the late 19th century, but also the censure of Japan in 1933 by the League of Nations, and sets the scene for a cyberpunk movie from many of the same production crew of the earlier CGI Appleseed. Some suspiciously minded encyclopedists might even suggest that the entire project could have started life as a sequel, but has had Masamune Shiro's serial numbers filed off of it to save money, leaving only a heroine who is a dead ringer for Denun Newt, and a story that could very easily be slotted back into the franchise that might have birthed it. The movie opens strongly, with some interesting CGI and elegantly simplified characters moving over minutely detailed backgrounds, providing eye candy aplenty. However, the plot and characters fail to deliver on the early promise. Things begin to flag in the first half hour, and the rapidly opening plot holes swallow all chance of recovery. Sori's animation begins in a glistening chrome future, but must incorporate a far grungier, grittier setting when the scene switches to Japan. He accomplishes this with much of the same aplomb as the animators of Metropolis, using digital technology to capture sequences invested with analog realism. The soundtrack and animation are good, and if this were a music video anthology, that would be enough. Setting it up as a movie only raises expectations Sori and his crew largely fail to fulfill. However, one might argue that in choosing a blockbuster model to emulate, Sori dooms himself to a predictable, explosive, attack-focused finale in which the dust blows away to reveal... Alright. People punching each other barehanded in the ruins. That's not to say that it doesn't contain some remarkable feats of performance capture and effects, and some wonderful touches. The facial animation is so detailed that it is literally possible, indeed necessary in one crucial silent moment, to read the character's lips. Moreover, subtle changes in lighting at the end suggest that Vexil has been changed by the better by her experience, retaining the coloration and warmer glow of the Japan she has left behind. Yeah, it just feels like way more sharp and sophisticated of a review. It's still mixed, but like strongly fascinating premise. Fail to deliver. Plot holes swallow all chance of recovery. Being a movie raises expectations that Sori and his crew largely fail to fulfill. The director of this also did one of those live-action FMA movies. I saw the director of the live-action FMA film in person during X. We did not speak. Yeah, they definitely give a crap. I mean, there's not much to talk about. I just didn't know any Japanese at the time. Okay, goodbye. Throwing a party in an hour. Have fun with the party, holy pig. Written like they give a shit. Alright. Vice Principal, 2009. But if you want school perversions to be fun, we suggest you try Kekko Kamen. Oh, thanks. I'm moving on. I would say give it negative, so just like Oh, fun. I'll leave at the 30-minute part of the hour for my Friday night. Funny, I'd figure they'd hate Kekko Common. Uh, let's see if they did. Plenty of comic potential. The live action lacks the slapstick and verve of the anime. No, they give it a positive, actually. And the more and I look at this again, they really did also give K-On! A positive. Sweet slice of life, gentle humor, pretty animation, movie is intriguing. Why the hell do they always talk about K-On! The way that they do? Look into all their mentions of K-On! I contradict their opinion in the entry itself. Vicious. 2001. Ugh. Okay. Erotic anime. I don't hate Kekko Common, it just feels like Going Guy didn't have his heart fully into it. Fair enough. Vicky the Viking. 1974. Holds the seed of a great tradition. Zuio later became Nippon Animation, whose world masterpiece theater series was dedicated to bringing classic stories from Western to Japanese TV. One of Oda's favorites. Yup. Of course they don't bring that up. No change in there. No really opinion. I want to check out Vicky as well. How long is it? 77 episodes. Sheesh. Victory picture. I guess it's not One Piece. It sounds like they summarized the entire thing. Picking the third edition. No change. Alright. Dio, girl, I. Yay. I'll read this one out loud. Average guy Yota loves girl next door Moemi, but Moemi has a crush on local hero Takashi. And to make it worse, Takashi has a nice guy and Yota's best friend. Enter I, a disposable alien girl who escapes from a dating video and resolves to get Yota together with his true love. But before you can say Cyrano de Bergerac, I secretly longs for Yota too. I is a video girl, designed to distract and amuse, programmed like all video with a definite time limit. Did they call her an alien in the 3rd edition too? Enter I, a disposable alien girl. Maybe they're talking about alien as in like foreign and not an actual fucking alien. Like, you know? Okay. With a definite time limit. When her relationship with Yota moves from being a disposable casual entertainment into more dangerous territory, the, quote, copyright authorities step in. Yota, Moemi, I, and their friends move through the torturous dance of teenage emotion and sexual longing, beautifully conveying the agonies of alienation and embarrassment inherent in growing up, and also learning that time will not always be on their side. An unwelcome guest / magical girlfriend tale in the tradition of Urusei Yatsura and Oh My Goddess. Playing straight to the gallery with fan service asides and loving appreciation of the loser male psyche. Satoru Akahori's script masterfully recreates a world of teenage desperation, far from the madcap comedies for which he is normally known. From the opening shot in which I addresses the audience directly, through the regular stuck record repetition of Moemi's declaration of loving for the wrong man, Akahori demonstrates that there's more to him than the slapstick of sorcerer hunters. Or maybe it's a manga adaptation! Like, you can't be serious. Like, and this is by chronological. He worked on Ramune. He's the series comp assistant, series comp, screenplay, series comp. Script for 2 episodes? You've got to be kidding me. He's not even on series comp. Oh my god. And there he is, original creator. Yeah. Like, that's crazy. The last thing he worked on was Kashimashi in 2006. Did he die? No, he just moved into manga. Oh, wow. Okay. He just moved into manga and his stuff's never gotten an anime since. He just stopped working on anime after 2006 or so. This is the original creator after these. Wow. Gotta be kidding me, dude. But occasional moments of unnecessary physical comedy intrude on what could have been a great emotional farce, and sporadic outbreaks of Katsura's trademark panty shots. Katsura's trademark panty shots? Who the fuck is Katsura? Is the manga Katsura? They have not yet said in this article that it's based on a manga. Katsura? They don't even list a Katsura in the credits. Wait, is the Katsura a character? Katsura's trademarked panty shots further undermine a show that at heart is all heart. Who the fuck? That's so confusing. Oh my god, stop fucking linking me to Wikipedia. You're so useless. Katsura? Yeah, okay, the original author. Yeah, Masakazu Katsura. Katsura's trademark panty shots further undermine a show that at heart is all heart. After shoving the couple together, I immediately breaks them up. A schizophrenic characterization that is one of Ai's biggest flaws. She fluctuates unevenly between bitchy best friend, infuriating tease, and doormat mother substitute, while Moemi is part drippy little girl, part sassy schemer. Yoda himself is a half-lovable dork, half-annoying dork. This sucks! Your analysis is crap! Like, what is fucking use of this? This is so stupid. Like, it's so so agonizing how they just go each of the three characters that are part this, part that, part that. Like, in a row. Ugh! And then, like, it's so indulgent that they're just like, Yoda himself is half lovable dork, half annoying dork. His unwavering interest in his love objects often reduced to comparisons of breast size or cooking ability. Director Nishikubo his clever camera work fades the entire world into the background so that only the self-obsessed leads get any screen time. Overexposing shots of school life to turn every dingy corner into a pathway of dreamy, bright nostalgia. He puts similar thought in the opening credits. Did he direct the opening credits? I mean, if he did, then great. But I don't believe that. If they're going to be like, whoa, Akahori really pulled through, did 2 episodes, and wasn't the creator. Unbelievable. But who the fuck is the unit director for the OP? Well, let me just see. Nishi Kubo. He is credited for storyboard in episode 3, unit director on episodes 1 and 2. So I don't think there's anyone credited on unit director for OP. So it could be Nishikubo, but it could be somebody else. He puts similar thought into the opening credits, which feature a fully rendered Ai skipping through a world that's often only half formed, as if the camera itself has eyes only for her. Nishikubo's pauses emphasize the secret language of women, lingering for long moments as Ai and Moemi alternate between friendship and rivalry. The series considerately ends before outstaying its welcome. See Tenchi Muyo. And an excellent dub completes the package. Very mixed. Pretty odd when a comparison to Urusei comparison is probably coming up. Yep, there it is. And that's why the alien comet is there. Maybe. Pretty sure most of the guy's stuff is dramas. I don't even know if I'm first. No, his stuff is pretty bad. You know, at least it seemed from the list that was being shown. Akahori Sato is actually in Akahori Ghetto Our Rabuje. Rabune, you mean? He makes an appearance on the show. Wait, do they mean the author or the anime screenwriter? This sounds like they're schizophrenic. Literally troper behavior. Well, that's the trash I'm leaving on. Have a good Friday. Thanks. Thanks. I think I know even less about this show than before this article. Oof! Yeah, that was quite the mess. There's a lot wrong with that. Let me go back through. Allow me to count the ways. Oh, goodness. Disposable alien girl who escapes from a dating video. Alien? Just a weird choice of words. Yeah. Satoru Akahori's script masterfully recreates a world of teenage desperation, far from the madcap comedies for which he's normally known. Akahori demonstrates that there's more to him than the slapstick of sorcerer hunters. Only scripted Eps 1 and 5. Like, am I taking do I have to check that again? Is it 1 through 5? Akahori, no, did 1 and 5. Mayuri Sekijima did 2 and 6. And Kuniaki Yamashita did 3 and 4. But they're not as big names as Satoru Akahori, I suppose. Sekijima seems to have a pretty significant... I don't know. I think he's got a pretty big staff listing here. A lot. And then he actually was responsible for the series construction for Video Girl Eye. And then Yamashita here, yeah, he hasn't done a whole lot. That's fair. Meanwhile, this is how they mention the actual author. Sporadic outbreaks of Katsura's trademark panty shots further undermine a show that at heart is all heart. It's his fucking manga. They straight up do not mention that it's based on a manga. They mention the live action movie, but they don't mention that it's... I'm looking. No, they don't. They don't. Based on his manga. They don't even mention it. Fucking trope brain. Ugh. Fucking half lovable dork, half annoying dork. Ugh. They do add the live action movie, because they don't have that in the first edition. And they were mixed on Video Girl Eye. Unnecessary physical comedy, intrude, panty shots, undermine, show about art. Schizophrenic characterization, direct, clever camera work. Clever camera work. Considerately ends before outstaying its welcome. Excellent dub complete. I feel like they're implying that the writer is better than the original author. Yeah, a writer that's only did 2 of the episodes. It's not even the full writer. It's not even a series comp. Sorry, catching up on the chat right now. Alright. That was a lot. That took a while. Video. Picture. Book. Ugh. 1988. A vast library of classic tales in bite-sized chunks, and they just list 1, 2, 3. Some of the titles include 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Ugh. What the heck is this? There's 60 episodes. There's like nothing to this. Look at this. It's a fucking, does it even fucking exist? No, don't print it. Is it just a fucking... Is it just a video line? It's not original animation, I don't think. Wait a minute. No, not quite. So strange. Huh. Okay. Whatever. They meant they list this. Doesn't seem to be any change. V.A. Durant. I think this is just a narrated picture book. Yeah, probably. V.A. Durant, it's 2003. Director Nageshi always comes up with something watchable. And Watanabe's character designs are very attractive, making this little-known show a good bet for light entertainment. 8-minute episodes. Okay. Positive. Director Negishi always comes up with something watchable. Watanabe's designs are very attractive. Little known show, a good bet. Light. V Durant, ironically, is also not an anime. It's a slideshow with some music and narration on top. You're positive on that one? Something watchable like Tenchi Muyo, same director. Hiroshi Nageshi? He's the director of Tenchi Muyo, Tenchi Muyo Forever, Tenchi Muyo GXP, Tenchi in Love, and Tenchi Universe. The only Tenchi I don't think he did direct was like the original one. Well, there's probably others. There's a lot of Tenchi. Isn't that interesting? Man, this heating pad is not helping my itch. Aw. What do I need to do to get rid of this pesky itch? You start to sound like the start of an ad. Come on. No, man, I've never heard of heating pads as a way to stop an itch. I usually thought it was like something cold, if I had to choose something, like to ice it, you know. But maybe it depends on the kind of itch you have. It's tough. I had poison ivy earlier this year, both on my forehead and then like on my ass. Um, it's tough. I think if you just kind of occupy yourself with something else, it's pretty much all you can do. But sometimes you don't mention. Sometimes you'll still feel it. I've been scrambling different options all day. The only thing that kind of helped was a hot shower. Ice numbs, yeah. GXP was directed by the Excel Saga guy. GXP Paradise starting. Yeah. So not fully GXP. Or no, it was like it was like one of the latest seasons. It was like from 2023, from back in May actually. Very recent season of GXP. Yeah, GXP Paradise starting. Okay. You need to overwhelm the nerves or use peppermint oil, which I don't have. Oh, yeah. Okay. Beautiful Joe. Beautiful Joe from 2004. Dutifully recreates the look of the Capcom game that premiered the year before. Contains loving side swipes at the Japanese-style superheroes like Ultraman, but also a terrifying English dub with slacker slang and wannabe streetwise hip-hop argot that already sounds self-conscious and dated. Let's say mixed on Beautiful Joe. Dutifully recreates look of Capcom game. Loving side swipes at Ultraman, but terrifying English dub. Dated. Well, yeah, dated. Yeah, they say dated. Gorilla, do you have some kind of cream you can use? Didn't realize there was an anime for Beautiful Joe. I've used Lidocaine, but it's so old I didn't work well. They ever talked positively about hip hop and rap? I wonder. I wonder actually. Let's find out. Hip hop. 10 results for hip hop. In Afro Samurai, co-option of martial arts imagery and samples in hip-hop culture, Afro Samurai takes the irreverence... I just want to get the full context. Yeah, also drawing on the co-option of martial arts imagery and samples in hip-hop culture, Afro Samurai takes the irreverence of Samurai Champloo to extremes with characters such as Kuma. Composer RZA of the Wu-Tang Clan would later try his own hand at Afro-Orientalism as the writer-director of the live-action film The Man with the Iron Fists. hip hop. Noriyushi, in a way. Sorry, just looking for. It's hard to fucking. Cause I don't want to just click on these fucking. I guess I can do that. Yeah, sure, fine. The English dub for Mad Bull 34. The English dub features a new hip hop music track, which frankly is one of the high points of this odious show. So they talk positively about hip hop. Heading to the city of hip hop with Plu, Haru joins forces with the feisty Ellie. This is from Rave Master. And, well, this is a strictly by the numbers quest story, so of course they can, but take our word for it, rather than spending 24 hours of your life to find out. Yeah, they weren't very happy. They weren't very positive about Rave Master. It dresses itself up with scratch editing and self-consciously anachronistic hip-hop, perhaps less in the hope of attracting modern youth than in the ensuring of the censure of their elders. Tokyo Tribe 2. The bitches and constant drive and grind of a hip-hop score pack out a show where humor is grim and romance is non-existent. This is Fist of the North Star for guys who are too self-consciously hip to buy Fist of the North Star. Ugh. Yeah, the V is this, yeah. And then there's another. The hip-hop group Dragon Ash had its big break with the anime's opening theme. That's it. Ugh. We got a lot to go through, and it's been nearly 3 hours. Oh, no. Oh, God. We've been so slow today. I remember the OP. I used to think that Baltazar. But it was left a note at the door. Another article where they think hip-hop will date the show. I used to watch this on Kids WB. Yeah, they wish they would have kept Joe flipping off the audience. Ultraman? Beautiful Joe is the Kamen Rider reference of the Kamiya superhero trilogy. No! It's because Kamen Rider at the time of writing this book didn't have an anime. So I don't think they've ever mentioned Kamen Rider. They might have. I'm gonna search Kamen Rider. Control F Kamen Rider. There is one result. There is a single result when you type in Kamen Rider in the entire anime encyclopedia. And it is in Amagami SS. It is in the article Amagami SS. Steven Spielberg makes a surely unapproved guest appearance, and geeks will have fun spotting the Gundam and Kamen Rider references. That is the only mention of Kamen Rider in this entire book. Amazing. I didn't even finish the no, yeah. Wannabe streetwise hip hop arga, and that sounds self-conscious and dated compared to Samurai Champloo. Ah. Wow. They're just positive that like hip hop dates the show. Lol, I forgot about Amagami SS having Kamen Rider references. That's in the Nanasaki arc. Nerd! That's in the Nagasaki. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Though they might also be referring to the amusement park. Yeah. VFAM. VFAM. 1983. I'm sorry. I'm 5 years old. The the Terran colony of Credo is attacked by alien Cuctonian invaders. I know it's a Cuctonian, but that's funny. Come on. That's kind of funny. Dog, why you gotta kick me while I'm sorry. Like, Raj, it was right there. It was just... I'm just making an observation. My bad. You know, I didn't want to continue. Because it was the words that were coming to my mind. It's like, maybe that also would have sounded insulting. So I'm not gonna say it. But now maybe I'm leaving you in suspense. So I guess I'll say it. I would just like, I find it interesting or amusing of you knowing that about the arcs. I don't know if you find that more. Sorry. I thought that was fun. It just felt like the databasey type of, like, I don't know, and it's encouraging to me. I don't know. I like it. I liked it. Oh no, Cooktonia, directly responsible for NTR crimes. And by the adult crew. It's a sci-fi remake of Adrift in the Pacific. Okay. Dismissive. Sci-fi remake of Adrift in the Pacific. I mean, I watched the show relatively recently, late last year. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I certainly would have said the same thing if I was in your position. That I had seen it recently and like, oh, I know where that's from. Alright, no change. Vilgust from 1992. Okay, checking the first edition. No change. Nothing too interesting. Next is Violence Jack. That's 30. Thank you, Kinoko. Doing about 10 an hour. That would mean that we're done in 4.5 hours. Great. I just gotta keep going. Let's just fucking plow through it, but how can we when we have Violence Jack? Oh, no. Often thought to be an inferior remake of Fist of the North Star, Jack actually predates it. The video necessarily condensed much of the epic original, Nagai's Longest, into a broader, more basic, and much less shocking package, though it remains extremely violent and nasty even when censored. To be fair, the muddled running order hardly makes any difference. The then boss of UK's manga entertainment, Mike Priest, coined the term beer and curry movie for those anime destined to be watched by a group of inebriated teenage boys in search of sex and violence. And Jack is certainly exactly what he meant. Those with higher hopes for the anime industry find the show embarrassingly infantile, including the English language voice cast, with all of whom appear to be using pseudonyms. Checking the third edition. Those with higher hopes for the anime industry find the show embarrassing infantile. Nasty. Muddled. Running. order barely, hardly makes any difference. Violin of the Starry Sky. This will be interesting. Less shocking. I literally cannot sit through all of Evil Town. I mean, maybe just Curry. And maybe that's just how bad the manga gets. I wouldn't use infantile to describe this thing. Yeah. Two sentences. The violinist of Hamelin. A switch violinist of Hamelin and violin of Starry Sky. Swap violinist of Hamelin and violinist Starry Sky. No change. Violinist of Hamelin. Animation in the TV series is noticeably low budget too, which caused controversy when the director himself publicly complained about the limited materials he had to work with. So it'll be mixed here. They're bringing it up that it's, you know, it's noticeably low budget and that they actually have a source that like the director complained. So it's not really an opinion so much. Code alert. I've heard a good amount of violence track manga. Outside of a few moments, it doesn't get anywhere near as bad as Evil Town OVA. Really? Wow. Even Evil Town arc in the manga is less graphic. I've always wanted to watch Violence to Penguin. Me too, though. I've never played this SNES game. Yeah, it sounds like fun. I wonder if it's a complete series. Complete adaptation. Viper GTS. 2002. This seems like spoilers. In a surprising plot twist, appear to summarize whole thing. To be fair, it's porn. Nobody can say Masami Obari lacks a sense of the ridiculous, nor the ability to produce high-quality animated pornography. Despite its simple plot, shines above the great majority of anime porn for its excellence in character design, art, and animation. Great. Very cool. High quality animated pornography. Excellence in design, art, and animation. Viper's Creed, 2009. What is that, Spider-Man 2 thing? Oh, my back! Also, something flags. The story flags. I imagine because it's like this. The story does this. Like, can you imagine just trying to describe that to someone with details? What do you mean the story flags? Like, I can visually picture, like, it's evocative, but truly, what does that mean? Truly. I don't know what it does, you know? The story flags. Like, huh? It goes like this. It wavers? Viper's Creed, aka aired a few episodes on G4 beginning take it. They say that. It was pulled from American TV channel G4 after only 4 episodes, later to be released on DVD. Okay. Virago in Dungeon. 1991. Virgin Auction from 2005. So much plot. Virgin Auction. Porn. Lacking much of a plot. Relatively inoffensive piece of porn. Production values are better than have been the norm. Ugh. I repeat, the guys take porn way too seriously. I like that the LP is from Koji Nakamura, who also was part of Supercar, most known for Eureka 7's Insert Story Writer, and then Ill Project was the ED. Nakamura did the OST for AO. But Eureka 7 was Daisato. Daisato's scriptwriter. I think the series count. Yeah, I'm talking about the music. Virgin Fleet. Virgin Feet. Virgin Fleet. Feet 1981. Anime remains curiously endearing, full, like Gunbuster, of the martial enthusiasm of an undefeated Japan. With well-animated backgrounds, sepia-toned flashbacks, intriguing new Neverwine aircraft designs, Story has some interesting moments and makes a few pointed observations on the real thoughts and feelings of teenagers about jealousy, love, and sex, but like many video anime, it starts a whole raft of subplots that don't go anywhere. That's mixed. Extremely mixed in this letter. But now I don't feel like I've seen this much in proportion-wise. Far-fetched avoidance of history remains curiously endearing, full of the martial enthusiasm of an undefeated Japan. Starts subplots don't go anywhere. It's not as if the viewers of this mildly erotic anime wouldn't have been expecting that. Whatever. Virtua Call. Virtua Call, 1997. They change Virtua Call 2 to Virtua Call. Virtua Fighter. That's 40. We're speeding up. Yeah, I stopped really like, I'm not dwelling on shit. We're fucking schmoovin' now. I want to be I want to be done in less than 4 hours. I really don't think we'll be able to do articles today though. But I feel like we have to do a lot of W. There's a lot of fucking W. It's 58 V articles to be fair, so that's probably. Oh god, I thought it was 48. I'm an idiot. Oh. Ooh. Okay, we'll keep going. 1995 Virtua Fighter. Ah! That's awful! Just their fucking flippantness of this. The almost concurrent appearance of the Street Fighter II TV series obviously had nothing to do with it, and an artist like Ono, who did the ravishing backgrounds of Dog of Flanders, is wasted here. Like, there's, like, flippancy of, like, oh, surely there's nothing going on. And then they just, like, I could have just taken that as sincere and be like, sure, no, that is a coincidence, yes. But then they're just like, this fucker's wasted here. Come on. Hello, Bob. This book's shenanigans won't phase you anymore. Not. Well, it's when they don't. It's when they don't have any shenanigans. Is when it's easy to just plow through and like, okay, there's nothing to that one. But it really was hit after hit after hit for a while there. Will there be W's in the W section? Time will tell. Do they not realize how popular Virtua Fighter is in Japan? No, I don't think they care. It doesn't seem like they care. They didn't mention it. That's why I'm making that assumption. God. Yeah, very dismissive. Almost concurrent appearance of SF2 had nothing to do with it, and an artist like Ono, who did the ravishing BGs for Dog of Flanders, is wasted here. I will be interested in their Whisper the Heart article. Yo, swooping in to catch the end of the stream. It's your guy. I don't know if it's end of the stream. We got a little whiles to go. We've just done like 41 articles or so, and we have 58 total, so it's still a little whiles to go. If you enjoy, though, Virus. So, and I also mentioned the Bob and Is Your Guy. The two biggest fucking stunners for me this reading was their vanilla series, which, like, they added all of these titles. They just kept listing all the fucking titles. All of these that have asterisks have their own articles already, so they're just bloating the book even more with just this very tediously long article about porn, about the vanilla series. And then their Video Girl Eye article, which did get a change in the, at least from the first to the third edition, had so much crap in it. It was just so, like, all of that, actually. It was the last odd thing that I read, that I put down. Oh god, there's so much. Is Wolf Children in the book? We'll see. Well, let's find out. I would assume so. 2014 articles are in here. Yep, it is. Yep. Wolf Children's in here. Discotheque isn't going to be sold to Crunchyroll, is it? Probably not, no. I mean, there's not much there. You know, like, I don't know if the licenses just magically get transferred over to us. We've been, you know, bringing some titles over, like negotiating things where titles are brought over to Retro Crush or Crunchyroll or whatever. Like, that that happens, but I don't see why they would buy us out, or whether the owner would take it. If they did, it's not like they'd be our boss. It'd be more like we would choose to contract with them, and we can just say no or not or whatever. We're not really under their thumb. If they buy out Discotech, it's not like I suddenly work for Crunchyroll or anything. Now, if they buy out Media OCD, then you know, we'd have to see. But even then, I'm not even a full-time employee with them. So it'd be more of, at that point, it's like whether they even offer me work at that point. I don't know. I love how their logic is clearly this was made to catch in on Street Fighter anime, as a Virtua Fighter wouldn't be made into an anime otherwise. I hope Discotech prices won't be hiked when their products are sold in the country. Yeah, we'll see. I missed the porn article. It was... I didn't even read it out loud, Bob. It was so... I just listed all of the fucking things. It was a list. It was a fucking glorified list! For 5 pages! For like... Skip scrolling and kept going! Ugh. Is this the Obari anime? Virus? Yes. 1997. 1997. So long. Its appeal to audiences is nicely, if perhaps cynically, manufactured. Can you imagine just sitting in a fucking theater and being like, this is appealing to me? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, yeah? You got a problem? Do we have a problem here? Oh my god. I don't know. Rare said something similar when Microsoft bought them, and then they proceeded to cancel or rush like 80% of their products. Even if it was made to cash in, that's not exactly explaining what was bad what about it was bad. I can enjoy a TV commercial, then an animated movie advertisement or cash in can also be enjoyable. Yeah. I'm just checking 3rd edition. Ugh. Virus. Its appeal to audience is nicely, if perhaps cynically, manufactured. The makers assume that a male sci-fi audience is already guaranteed, so they concentrate on the brooding, pouting pretty boys to drag in female fans. Really? Makers assume that a male SF audience is already guaranteed, so they concentrate on the brooding, pouting pretty boys to drag in female fans. Oh god. I mean, by that logic, every movie based on a book is just made to cash in on popular novels. They didn't call any of the Yusha anime by commercials, toy commercials, did they? I'm pretty sure they did, yeah. I actually at one point, because they called fucking Valvrave the Liberator a toy and cash grab. And I'm like, I want to see if I can like search up Sunrise. How often do they mention that their mission is to sell robot toys? They absolutely mentioned it during their Brave article. Yeah, their article was trash on it, dude. Too bad. They don't even bring up the vampires. It's in the premise. Yeah, my roommate. Right, so I've said that being bought would benefit consumers, but ideal has been shafted. Yeah, I really started disliking people assuming the creator's intent. Oh yeah. Oh, Bob, your blood might boil at this Vampire Princess Miyu one. Don't expect any answers because Miyu and it would seem her creator Narumi Kakunuchi would rather smile condescendingly and tell you that you could never understand rather than admit that they don't know either. Like, that's so rude. That is so annoying and uncalled for. That's the manga author, by the way. I mean, it's fine to have assumptions, but state them as opinions, not declarations. What the fuck is that? Yes. It's really shitty. Every company says that. It's not like they're... Yeah. How many times is the word toy in the book? Oh, no. Toy is mentioned 7... Well, I would have to count. I would have to physically count, unfortunately. Because, you see, there's a lot of Toyamas, Toyugi, Toyel, yeah. So there's certainly... But 709. I would have to count. Maybe if I put quotations. Hold on. Maybe if I put quotations. Oi. Oh, that helps. How many times? Well, shapes as a co-host. I really don't like making negative assumptions about creative intent. The Mew OVAs aren't that hard to understand. What the fuck are they on? Ava was also technically made to sell toys. I just watched the Mew OVAs and they're sometimes murky. The first episode has a lot of misdirection. It's not even clear that Mew is the main character. Maybe, yeah. Spaces on each side? I don't know. No, that's not helping. Not really helping at all. Toys with an S. Nah, I'm done. Fight scenes are carefully interwoven with character development. Equally beautiful Dark Side Blues, Virus has a frustrating tangle of subplots and relationships running into dead ends with no time to resolve them. For those who really can't wait to get any more high-tensile battle action and darkly erotic aura of the male cast. Okay. Mixed. artfully concealing a tiny budget and breakneck schedule. Appeal to audience is nicely manufactured. Fight scenes carefully interwoven with Karadev, character development. Frustrating tangle of subplot. Ugh. Visionary. Let me just finish the first edition though. No change. Making positive assumptions about their intent is also bad. For example, all the people attributing Evangelion to be as deep as their video make it seem. Mm-hmm. Have you been keeping up with the season's Precure? How do you feel about the story structure and how it handles commanders? I have not been watching Soaring Sky Precure, Bata 0088. It's good to see you. I don't think I've not really seen you on this stream. But I've unfortunately not been keeping up with it. I'm certainly interested with obviously the first integration of a male Precure. Although it doesn't sound like they're doing anything that crazy beyond that. You know, I kind of occasionally have heard a little like, ooh, that's kind of a cool piece of animation or whatever. But really, aside from the massive hype of those initial couple of episodes with that male Precure, I've heard next to nothing. I still don't know what a Precure is. That's okay, Bob. You're exploring other aspects of anime. It's a vast world. You'll get there. You'll get to it sometime. I bought a couple pages from a Soaring Sky animation review. Okay. It's a Doraemon parody. They actually go way further. They actually describe more. I don't know why. God. Seems to be more of an anthology. Which, of course, they describe each fucking episode. They actually give a review. Added their review of it. I cannot believe they've put all of these anime as mixed. They have like positive and negative things to say about them, and they've put 3 porn in positive. Crazy. Actually crazy. Brings a sense of fun that is too often missing from most anime porn. From most anime porn. The series is the first male precure character-wise is We've had side characters. I know you've had the side cure in Hugto. It's that one, I think it's the one character, right? And then there may have been something in Heartcatch that was like leaning into that, if like there was a male fan of Precure, but he wasn't a Precure himself. Scriptwriter for Miyu is Sho Aikawa. I've been digging the current Precure, real fun so far. Finished my first Precure, Heartcatch, yeah. What links them all? Same creators, themes? It's a subject, yeah. It's a banner title. It's like it's exactly like Super Sentai. Where like what unites all Super Sentai together, it's just the same idea. But it's not the same creator, it's not the same director, same cast, same world, but it's the same IP. The same idea franchise, basically. Which is really smart. It is kind of the ultimate what Toei wanted. Because they've been wanting to have this like consistent, to hit this consistent demographic in this market, right? And they've tried multiple times. It's the whole thing. I have a video in mind about Toei's Magical Girl empire that they've consistently tried to build multiple times, multiple phases of. And other companies have tried to, other studios have tried to compete with them or have it in their own way. But Toei ultimately, I think, has won out. It started it, it refined it, and it's perfected it. That would be my it literally started it, redefined it, and then perfected it, essentially. I think it's Super Sentai, which, yeah. Nothing would be crazy as their V-Durant review. Really makes you wonder about their limited animation takes. Yeah. When you told me that, it's like, oh, huh. Shows that it's really not being done by the same person. Ever since Aoichi showed me that, the fucking, the Lida, not Lida, one of them. Ever since they showed me that magazine article of Helen, from Helen's magazine, that they just kind of paraphrase another person's review. Yeah. It's like, oh. That would be interesting. But yeah, I'm really interested in it. But, I'm going to focus on the Encyclopedia. And then that's a big idea. I want to do that justice. Hard to do that actual justice without just watching all of them, which I don't want to do yet. I want to be open to it, but stuff. 1998 visitor, sorry. I slowed down again. Unfortunate. Okay, checking the 3rd edition. Vitaminx addiction. I just got my favorite animator from Tropical Rouge is now mech designer for the new series. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's complicated, but like you can put them side by side. The article from Helen's magazine that another author wrote, and their article of Leda, I believe it is. That's like paraphrase. They take several excerpts from that review, but they copy paste. But they don't. It's not a full copy paste. It's not full plagiarism, and it's not exactly plagiarism if it's Helen's magazine, right? Yeah, Toei would be hard because you'd have to watch the competitors too. Right. And I still haven't seen any of Creamy Mommy or Mickey Momo, and those are really important. So that's my hesitation on that. A little flippancy from them, but I don't care at this point. Can she tame the bad boys of the upper crust and get them into college? Of course she can, because this is based on the dating simulation game Vitamin X by D3. Vivid Dread Operation from 2013. They really are missing the... Huh. That's really interesting. That is very interesting. As Toku enthusiasts, so those of you in the chat, they also do so in skimpy outfits, just because. But it's the indistinguishable from magic part that really sets this show out. As a sci-fi invasion is held off by a bunch of ladies who use the combining powers and artifacts of Power Rangers, but in the style of many a magical girl. So Sailor Moon. I guess maybe they were talking, when they're talking about the combining powers and artifacts, like they're combining different, they have, like, they're in a pose and they all take together and fire something. But Sailor Moon also has combining powers. But, like, it's because they're really missing the point that, like, magical girls are largely taking from Sentai. It's like, oh, it's this weird, interesting that this show combines Power Rangers and magical girls. No, it's not. No. You know? Do you know? Well, they don't combine powers. They literally combine with each other and become one. It's kind of Yuri-ish in that sense. They definitely don't mention that. That's like that's like a consistent thing. It's not like a last episode thing. That's like usually what they do. That's very interesting. I wonder if they're both sourcing a press release if they're actually lifting from their magazine. You'd have to also take into about Sanrio and State Light for the late 2000s. Do I? I don't think I do. It wouldn't be. It's not a. The video would not be a conceptual of the complete history of magical girls. It wouldn't be that. It would be Toei's specific progression through magical girls, because the story effectively, and where I'm seeing it from, ends at Precure. Once they figured out Precure, and then in like 2005, 5 or 6, I think it was 6 with Yes Precure specifically, where it's like, it's Precure, but it's a completely different show. That's when they were like, we figured it out, and they've been writing that ever since. That I think would be the story. I don't necessarily know if we need to bring up Sanrio and State Light. Oh, I remember Vivid Dread. Wasn't great at all. I did recently finish Changeryun, though. Toku by Toei in the late 90s that set up the structure and tone used in Kuga. Cool. I'm watching Agito right now. My roommates and I started Agito 2 weeks ago. We chose between Agito, Faiz, Ryuki, and Gotchard. And we chose Agito. We watched like the first episode of all 4 of those, and we chose Agito. So it was a really weird... Precure and Jilbert definitely make an interesting contrast. Certainly. Then there's certain, there's certain things to be like complementary and contrasting with, but like I think it's more of just their perspective and what they try and what works and everything. Let's try this and that sort of thing. So when Akane fuses with, say, Aoi, they form one character with their own distinct ability. Jewel Pet, at least for the seasons I've seen, is very much not Sentai. No, you're right. That's fair. Well, Jewel Pet also just very different from Magical Girl. It doesn't seem like it's not. I can imagine it has Magical Girl attributes, but I'm interested in how it qualifies. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just like, whatever. I'm good on that part though. And then they have an article about voice acting. Voices at Work, 2010. Nice. It's porn. Voices of a Distant Star. Voice of a Distant Star. Okay. Noboru and Mikako. Oh my god, how long? No. Oh, it's so long. We're gonna fucking be here forever. We're gonna be. We can't do this. Oh. Okay. I think after this I'm gonna call it. There's no way. After this one we have 1, 2, 3, fucking Voltron, which is 3 pages, whatever. 4, 5, 6, 7, which is Voltoms, which is 5 pages. 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's 9. 9 including Voltron and Votoms. And doing 2 thematic entries. I think I can do that in one stream. In a separate stream. I think I should do that. Is also not porn. Oh, okay. Well, that one I have a little more... That one I can kind of expect a little more, because I'm just, like... Yayoi invites her to visit her workplace, an erotic video game company, for the first time. They're developing a new game and need a young voice actress. After all her sister has done for her, how can Kana refuse? She finds she can actually have an orgasm just using her imagination, but that isn't always necessary. Azure Kono's 2008 manga forms the basis for a series in which a sister grooms her younger sibling to work in the sex trade. In an unexpected display of restraint, Pony Cannon delayed the release of the second episode by a month after the 2011 earthquake. "10 volumes, wow. Sex trade, that's a bit much. Jilpair feels more similar to 70 Days in terms of... Oh, yeah. If that's what I think it was, it's not 18 plus? Gonna go now. Checking out Kaiba with people. Enjoy Weird Proc. Yeah, I know this show. It's just an ecchi comedy. The description makes it sound like a hentai anime. Well, there you go. There you go. There's another fucking example of... I absolutely where, like... Koe de Oshigoto. I couldn't... I assumed it was foreign. It's not. She's just voicing Arrowgay. Unreal. Let me just see what it looks like a bit more. Yeah, I guess it's technically not. Hmm. Okay. Voice of Assistant Star. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could keep going. I don't want to. I want to eat. I actually didn't eat dinner. I should have. But I was too focused on work. Yeah, I'm gonna finish here, and then next time, I don't know, we'll probably do like 3 streams next week. Something like that, to just keep on schedule. Should I just like split this in 2 or something? But that certainly doesn't fucking bode well for the rest of these. Because they're about the same lengths. Ugh. Okay. Which one, how many, yeah. It's 58 minus 9. I would close to 50. Whatever. I don't know, I'm not kind of hitting my limit here. And I'm already going to hit visit Distant Star. Who knows what the fuck they're going to say in this article. Okay. Noboru and Mikako are ordinary Japanese teenagers in love. They walk each other home from high school, hang out at the convenience store, and dream of a future together. When mysterious aliens attack a human colony on Mars, Mikako is accepted for a United Nations military program. She becomes a tracer, piloting a giant robot combat suit on a series of training missions before circumstances force her mothership to take successfully greater warp jumps away from her home. Her would-be boyfriend waits back in Japan, hoping for his mobile phone to ring with a text message from his 15-year-old girlfriend. Every now and then it does, but Mikako's texts can only travel at the speed of light. Her now becomes his then, separated by days, then weeks, then months. Such tales of robots and romance initially seem little removed from a handful. Such tales of robots and romance initially seem little removed from 100 other anime since the groundbreaking Zambot 3. Of all things? Okay. But Voices remains a touchstone of 21st century anime, not for its story, but for its means of execution. This is a work so saturated with its creator's sensibility and personality that watching it is like reading a private diary. Its strongest literary influences are the phantom girlfriends in the works of novelist Haruki Murakami, separated from a narrator by obstacles both physical and metaphysical. Its brevity is a great virtue, forcing Shinkai to enhance the emotional charge. This is useful too, since they've still not mentioned that he did everything himself. They're kind of assuming that you know that, but like they've not really actually stated that he did basically everything except the music and the voice acting. Are they gonna bring that up? Macros would have been a better comparison. This is useful too, since unforgiving critics might otherwise focus on its minor flaws, such as the future technology that simply slaps spaceships and robots onto the present day. The phones already look dated. Or a closing song that often sounds like a cat in pain. What? What? However, Voices is truly one of the most beautiful and powerful anime of recent years, and its creator has become a poster boy for the new generation of have-a-go amateur animators. Shinkai assembled much of it solo. There you go. Jeez. Using software packages liberated from his day job at a computer games company, and originally played the lead himself while conscripting his fiancée to play Mikako. In pushing for the fan-friendly audience, in his designs and plotting, in incidents, in scenes, and even in some shots, Shinkai's debt to Gunbuster is so great that it verges on the actionable. Clements wrote it. His favorite is Gunbuster. Maybe Helen still wrote it, but I have a feeling. But Shinkai's constant reference to the 1988 classic is only one of several homages. Look out, too, for passing train cars designed for the UN Spacey of the Macross saga. That's an awful take. The ED's amazing. I think they were just kind of saying that, mentioning that unforgiving critics would bring it up. But then I don't really know why they're bringing it up. As multimedia corporations fight over increasingly smaller TV ratings share and pump out endless dross based on bad computer games. Ah! Voices shows what one man can achieve in his living room. Of course, Shinkai had a little help from the Mangazoo Corporation, which eventually provided financial and logistic support, including revoicing the audio for the mass market release. But Voices is essentially put together with a high-end personal computer and commercially available software. In that regard, it brings the medium full circle, to the homemade connections of early anime. The DVD release includes both Japanese voice tracks, as well as Shinkai's earlier short film, She and Her Cat. Compare also to the same year's Saikano, with which it shares several story elements and attitudes. Voices also enjoyed an extensive run at a small Western Tokyo cinema, so is filed in some sources as a movie. Shinkai followed Voices with the feature-length Place Promised in Our Early Days, which revisits many of the same themes. I still haven't seen that movie, Place Promised. It's still the, actually, I still haven't seen Weathering with You or Suzume. Always gotta show their hatred for VNs. Bad computer games, like the one Shinkai worked on until the mid-2000s? Why do they go so in-depth on production aspects, but they're oblivious to the most basic stuff about the anime they watch? I don't know. And again, well, to me, it's like they're so wrapped up in their biases and their media poisoning. It's the debt to Gunbuster is so great that it verges on the actionable. Like, Okay. Using software packages liberated from his day job at a computer games company. Like they know. Oh, Mark the Otaku, good to see you. I'm sorry, I'm going to probably be halting production soon. I will be ending the stream soon enough when I finish this article. As multimedia corporations fight over increasingly smaller TV ratings, shares, and pump out endless dross based on bad computer games. Ugh. Yeah. And they do obviously like it. Touchstone of 21st century anime. One of the most beautiful and powerful anime of recent years. It's nice to use big words, but there comes a point when you have to choose between being understood and sounding smart. I find it hard to believe they talk like that IRL. I think if you listen to that, how they speak in podcasts, there's in the Encyclopedia playlist, there's a special edition where it's the longest episode of, it's the longest installment in this whole series, where I listened back to their appearance on Ancast, which is the podcast that got me started on this whole project, and listening to them talk about this book. Unfortunately, I can read it in their voice. They do kind of talk like this. They're trying to sound educated, but they come off pretentious. Yeah, very pretentious. Totally pretentious. Yeah. Unfortunate. Okay. But I will leave you guys on one note, one idea, one observation that was off stream. I did the calculations I'd have to find it first. Hold on. Annoying. I did the math so far of their proportion of sorry. Just looking for something. I'm looking for the document, sorry. Yeah. Okay. I think this has it. So, as of T, this is all as of T. There are a total of I have to acclimate to what these numbers mean. Yes. Yeah, so the total number of I literally hand counted every entry in this book. 1, 2, 3. I literally counted them all. Literally counted them all. For the first and the third edition, and then I subtracted this number from this number to get this number for how many third edition entries there are. So in the first edition, they had 1,712 anime listings, like entries. The third edition had an additional 1,850 new entries for the grand total of 3,562. So I took this number from first and third, etc., right, for totals and everything. And I also counted how many positive entries have I listed, how many negative have I listed, how many mixed have I listed, how many dismissed have I listed. So out of the total number of entries in the first edition as of T, 11% of them are positive. And then it grew to 19%. So the total dilutes itself to 15% of the whole book, of the whole third edition. If you just isolate the third edition entries, it's this percentage, etc. And out of the opinions, out of the total, so 1466 is the total number of opinions. So you have the total number of positive, total number of negative, total number of mixed, total number of dismissive, to get a total of 1,466. So with over a third, 38% of the reviews are positive. And then 19% of them are negative, are outright negative. And so the reason that they're all lower here is because they're split between 3 categories. If you add, yeah, this is the total actually. So like in the first edition, as of T, over a third of the entries have opinions in them. And it gets closer to 50% of all the entries in the third edition and contain their opinion. Of the third edition entries, but then with a total of like 41% more like. But yeah, so like, but if you add these two numbers, that is over 38%. Not by much, just barely a little above. If you combine their negative opinions and dismissive opinions, they're both negatively skewed. The dismissive ones are just particularly galling, in my opinion. They are just slightly higher than 38%. So at the moment, at least I'm pretty sure that's the case. 19.1 plus 19.7879? 38.89%. By like 0.6% higher. Very close. And then another 22, rest of it is mixed. So Helen's assumption that they were pretty fair and balanced, I don't know if I necessarily agree with entry by entry, but book wise, yeah, they're close. They are pretty balanced, all things considered. Unfortunately, the negative opinions stick out a heck of a lot more. A heck of a lot more. That's a lot of anime. Perhaps you, I can never concentrate on counting for that long. I didn't count to this number. The way I got these numbers was going letter by letter. Which, yeah, still takes a little while. Watched some anime and, you know. But also, like, you know, this is like like, out of me counting by hand. As well as my opinion of these things being these numbers. So, like, this is as subjective as you can possibly be. But it's not a made-up number. That's the thing. I'm not just pulling it out of my ass that more than half of the reviews were negative. I have the most quantitative evidence that I can muster, that I've tried to muster. Just over metal. Props to you, for doing this. If you compliment half the people you meet and insult the other half, does that count as being fair and balanced? To them, it does. Yeah. That's the tough thing. Because, like, you were also not... These numbers, that's just the raw data. We're not even taking into account any biases. I'm not looking into, like, how many of these opinions are of sci-fi, of slice of life, of mecha, of magical girl, of harem, of, you know? There's no way to tell. Porn. There's so much... and, you know, that's fair, because not only are they are all of us complicated people, that we can have complicated thoughts and you know, opinions and stuff, a variety of you know, taste. But even the fact that, like, it's likely that a good chunk of these opinions are not their own, if their Lita article is anything to go by. You know, how much is it is from them? So it's sort of a smattering. But at the end of the day, it's whatever is represented in this book, what they chose to put to print. And not just decided to put to print, but then reread it and were like, yeah, that's right. That's good. For 15 years. It sat, most of this sat in print. Pretty, like, honestly, like, the vast majority, I don't, yeah, the thing, right? It will be interesting to see how much, I don't think I could ever do this, but, like, all of the odd choices and all the things that I'm saying, how often is this a 3rd edition problem and how much of it is a 1st edition problem? You know, like, how many of these comments did they make that are fucking whack and out of pocket? How many did they make in 2001 versus 2006 versus 2015? No way to tell. Impossible. Too much nuance here. Too much looking into it, probably. At this point, I mean, this is already probably too obsessive. Too much caring, perhaps. But I guess it's... We need to be clear about the goals here. It's not to attack these authors. It's not to discredit this book, like, no one should ever buy this book. I guess what I'm saying, it's sort of just like an interesting escapade into a formative piece of anime academia. And how far we've come. And then maybe how much further we have to go. You know, it's the flaws that bring to the surface what we want to see out of anime discussion, out of analysis, out of academia, out of journalism. I don't necessarily think it's useful to be saying whether the show is good or not. I don't think that's useful. I'm thinking of, like, it's nice to know. That's encouraging. It certainly would be kind of dumb if, like, you bring up all this interesting stuff and but then the show kind of turns out to be boring or crap anyway. But like, that's on you. Is how much is that on you, really? And, like, think about it. Like, think of like how you could make something so additive and so intriguing and so like informative, and this is its place. I fully understand this show. And then the person just kind of lets it slip that like it kind of sucks, by the way. How much of that do you think just totally rips out from under you that like, what are we here for? You know? It's like, oh, then why should I care? Lol, sad when you put it that way. I said a lot of things just then, Bob, so I don't quite know which one you meant, but yeah. I guess I'll have to look back on chat when I say the thing versus when you typed it. The book has 45 citations, according to Google Scholar. Yeah. Wait, citations as in, like, people cite the Anime Encyclopedia? Or the fact that the Anime Encyclopedia is citing 45 different sources? Which it is. It's got a selected bibliography. Although it's not exactly useful when, you know, it can't possibly, and of course it doesn't, so I'm not expecting it to. But because of that, it's like, yeah, how exactly am I supposed to use this selected bibliography to find the precise thing that I'm looking for? Like, why did you write that? Where did you get that idea? Especially when you put magazines, Animage, Japan, 1978 to now, Anime UK from 91 to 96, Anime Land France from 91 to now, Animerica from 93 to now, AX from 98 to 2001, Manga Mania, Manga Max from 93 to 2000, New Type from 84 to now, Protoculture Addicts from 88 to now. How am I supposed to... Where do you start? People cited it, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm happy you... Actually, thank you for... I was thinking of, like, I have to bring something up. I don't know, 4 or 5 citations, okay, but... Yeah. But yeah, it's in libraries, for sure. Not to mention, they don't seem to watch a lot of shows they dislike. Remember the Pokemon review? Yeah. That was initially what the dismissive category was for, where they talk about it in such a flippant way that it's like, I don't think you watched it, dude. Like Infinite Revias. When you were talking about they were wrong, continued to be wrong, and proofread it for 15 years. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's always been the saddest part, reading this entire, for the 2 years that, because the whole reason I wanted to read the first and the third was to compare the two and be like, what was the knowledge we knew at the time, and what did we evolve? How did we change? How did we get better? And there really isn't that much sign of that. There's a couple of revised articles. A couple? Not that many! I probably wouldn't cite it, to be honest. Yeah. Some people have been using this thing to find lost anime media. Probably not the best, considering how much misinformation is in this book. Right. That's really the thing. One of the points that I make fairly early on, like the first major section is about the inaccuracies. And it's like, I did not go out to fact check this book, but if it's that easy for me to find errors in the most popular titles, what's to say that anything... It's like these other articles that like no one knows anything about them, how do we know that they're even correct? Unless you look it up for yourself, and at that point, what's the use of it? What's the point in having an encyclopedia? You may as well make your own, is the idea. It actually might be more than 45. That's just 3rd edition. Who knows how long it had been in use in the time since the 1st edition was published. They also had 15 years of customer feedback then, or did the average customer not read it? You might not be the only person not employed by them to read it. Read the whole thing? I don't even know if their editor read the whole thing. Which I don't expect them to. It took me fucking over 2 years and having to stream it and have fun reading it with like interacting with people and kind of shooting the shit. Imagine reading this fucking shit for real. Just by yourself and just proofread it. Proofread? How do you even proofread? You just proofread for fucking error, like spelling errors. Spaces, like lack of fucking punctuation. You can't proofread this. It's impossible. And they obviously make mention that like it's not perfect because their sources are not perfect. They make mention that like, you know, a company wanted them to lie that the anime came out in 2000 when it came out in 1999 because they wanted that 2 in front of it because it looked cooler. And they were like, I have the ticket stub for when I watched it in 1999. And so they kind of used that against them to like withhold image rights to the book to their anime to use for the book. Was one of the stories they told. Their Pokemon review reminds me how those early 2000s Pokemon movie reviews, so many call them some of the worst animated movies ever made, yet they never talk about the plot. 240 citations for the second edition, I think. Ooh. Those reviews just boil down to these films suck because they are meant to sell toys to children. Yeah, right. So stupid. So stupid. What company was that about, the 1999-2000 thing? Oh, they never specify. They just told that story anecdotally, but they don't say which movie it was. There's only so many movies it could be, but yeah, they didn't specify, unfortunately. Anyway, I think that's it, fellas. I think I gotta get out of here. But this is the math. It's definitely a lot more balanced than I was expecting. But yeah, I do have to figure that out of like, I don't know. I think that, you know, reviews, the negative stuff just stands out in the context of an encyclopedia. That's probably what it is. And then I can lead it into that point that I was going to make about museums. Yeah, everything like that. Buy all. Yep. Have a good one. Good night. Thanks for hanging for so long. Yeah. Appreciate it, fellas. This is, again, I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys' support and feedback and rapport. Seriously. This has been nice. As tiring as it is. So, next time on the Encyclopedia, we're going to start from there and continue. Alrighty then. I'll catch you guys around. You guys have a good weekend. I don't know, hopefully Tuesday, but maybe Wednesday. I don't know what time. I'm so fucking busy. This will suck balls. Whatever. Yo, peace.